Hey dudes, how's it going? Oh, good to have another paint day. I'm been looking forward to it as always. I did a little painting on my orcs. I tried to get my the Burna Boy completed. I just wasn't feeling it yesterday, so I got a little through them. I'll give a little sneak peek of how far I got on them, which is not far. Yeah, I did his pants and then like did some of the red on him, but then I just was like not feeling it today. Ooh, now I screwed up my. Get that crispy beard in. Um, yeah, I've been trying to be busy. I've been trying. Um, oh, I had to raise it because of 7 days. The other, it's probably good there. For some reason, depending on what I do, whether it's the gaming or whatever, my mic never is consistently the same. So oh, there we go. That should be better. It was also on my my stream situation. My yeah. It was the slider. Is that better, or am I still really like up there? Oh wait. I'm good. Cool. Cool. Sorry about that if I blew out your eardrums. I do not want to do that. I want my voice to be continuously, continue to be velvety, and um, it is what it is. Um, once the neighbor's dog gets the therapy bill, jeez, what's that emote? All right, but yeah, so we're gonna be continuing my orcs. Looking forward to it. Break out the hobbies if you got them. Yeah, I think I fixed up my leader. Yep, he looks pretty good. Leader looks good. There might be a few things, but I mean he's got a lot of detail. He's got a lot of stuff going on with him, and it's kind of insane. Um, so yeah, let's go right into crafting because I have to look over my orcs, see what I need to do next, and here we are. So let's do a quick look over because I have goldfish brain and I need to figure out like where I'm at, what the next steps are, um, so on and so forth. And I think on all my dudes, save for maybe my boss, I think they're ready for the next few steps, which I have. I have plans. Come on. Now, last time we painted, my camera was less than cooperative. Hopefully, it stays that way. Ah, there we go. I actually do have a focus feature on my camera situation, so if things get really awry, I might in stream play with that. So, yeah. So he looks pretty good. Let's actually try to. Oh, it actually corrected right now. I'm actually really excited for this guy. I love how like that wire gradient came out. Um, a lot. So like the next step, and I think we're gonna be working on the boss in the beginning of the stream today. But I think the next step might be the medium color buildup, or you know, I know there was one guy I missed um, one of the like metal pieces on his foot, and I kind of want to go back and do that. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a better gradient mix there. But so this will be interesting because this whole next step that we're looking forward to, or I'm looking forward to, or you might be waiting on, is the glazing step. It's how to build up back the mediums and the highlights and get brighter and brighter. Oh, I do have to fix up some things on his pants, but I could kind of do that in the build-up phase. I've been kind of wishy-washy on it. Um, but yeah, just looking over. Oh, I have to do his horns, so that's good. That's a good thing, which means this guy's horns as well. So, I mean, that's also part of the glaze build-up phase. Actually, that's going to be part of it. So it's not that I'm missing it. I shouldn't beat myself up for it. And yeah, so a closer up on this dude. I tried to get this guy maybe ready. He doesn't have a whole lot of colors on him. I have to do the metallics, which that's gonna actually take a while. But he's getting there. I'm a lot happier with his scars. I think his scars look hella better. But yeah, I can't count that high. I cannot. Also, I finally got this stuff. This is going to be good for the stream. I got this brush cleaner. Thankfully, it was at my local Michael's, so I was really happy with it. Right before stream, I was almost late, but I was cleaning with this brush conditioner for all my nice sable hair brushes, my Kolinsky brushes. And I did notice an immediate, like, reform of the tip of the brush. Like, where you might have seen it on stream, the tips of my brush were starting to curl a little bit. I put it under some hot water, which you always want to do with your brushes. If they start to warp and like bend, or like that tip starts to like curl over, that's good, but this conditioner really helps clean and get the stains and the little micro pigments and little stuff out, and it helps just like with real hair, because it is real hair, and it helps straighten it out. And then you just, put it in your mouth and, make the tip sharp, and, it's good. All my brushes are significantly better, and I'm going to keep using the conditioner after every clean, and it'll actually get better. It needs like a couple times worth of cleaning, but I'm excited to see if like the kind of like the brush consistency is pretty good. Yeah, I still got a little bit of a curl, but it's not as bad as it was the other day. So, where did I put my boss? Oh, here's my boss. So now that I fixed this guy up, because I finally painted some of the wires, and they look a little cartoony right now. They look very bright and Nerf kind of style, and it's very contrasting to who he is in general, but we're going to tone that back down with the washes. He has not been washed at all except for his skin, so that's why he might look kind of like goofy right now. So let's actually cover our wet palette, because that's just gonna dry out as we do this, and break out our washes. Our three main washes are going to be this, but because we do have a couple of other elements, we're going to be breaking out the Camo Shade, the Drakenhof Nightshade, and the Null Oil. So these are going to be new players in the game. I know it. I'm trying to make it sound a lot more exciting than it is. I know it's whatever, but Alright, let's get... I think I was using this brush for my wash brush. Oh, you know what I need? We need music. Oh, I need music. I haven't gotten to play music on my channel yet, but oh, do you? Yeah, no, it's good. Like I don't think me and Stray, like I don't think I've really sat and done a full war band um with with just in general since like old school Necromunda when you did your corridor. I think one of my old, let me see if I can swing this without hitting my mic. One of my old war bands, and that actually I can do a little show and tell. I don't mind. Ooh, God, these are in rough shape or dusty. So doing a little show and tell before we get into our orcs. I need this. I actually need a little bit of a workup. I've had a rough night sleeping, but these are pretty old. The closest warband I had to finishing were, ooh, you know what? Where's my dust brush? I'm gonna have to like dust these guys off because my hutch did. Actually, these weren't in my hutch for a while. I threw them into my hutch before I started streaming. I did kind of a room cleaning for this. But this is for, these are Infinity Miniatures by Corvus Belli, and you can tell like even this is dated in his painting. But this was for my this was a I used the Corvus Belli Infinity Miniatures for the original. This is not a test game because I felt like a game that has like power armor, laser weapon technology, and all that stuff. Like I had a couple of choices. I could be like get into a cyberpunk post-apocalypse, like we were at like a cyberpunk age and whatever happened, or I could do Fallout. Speaking of Fallout, I converted the super mutant into a miniature for my guys too. Um, and I didn't really want to do like that pop culture or like the pulp fiction like retrofuturism. So I have a lot of Infinity miniatures. Um, but yeah, these are a couple years old, and they're the closest warband I have to being like finished, and they're not finished by any means. Um, but yeah, I can tell even from doing these a few years ago to now, like I'm doing a lot better on painting miniatures. This guy is a little chipped. These are also pewter, so they chip a lot easier. Um, who's a liar? You're calling me a liar? No, like, I mean, they're okay, but these are, I mean, other than like my knolls, the three knolls I have done, like, these are nothing in oh, Daniel's a liar. That's fair. He lies to me all the time. He says I'm gonna make it in this channel. Um, but no, I probably will. Um, yeah, I really like these. I basically switched out the backpacks for these like pre-bought resin backpacks from Anvil Industries. Really cool, like build your own kind of like tactical or cyberpunk or grimdark like squadron guys, but you can buy like all the bits separately, or you can build up a squad. It's a neat site. Check them out if you're into this kind of stuff. Um, and then most of these guys are like have very flat coat colors that I have not gotten far on, like this. And I really do got to finish these dudes. They're cool. I have a bunch of these really cool Raider girls from Raging Heroes miniatures. They're very like Mad Max meets like Warhammer Very cool. Haley, I got these for either her birthday or Christmas, and she loves them. I do want to finish those. All right, let's enough with the show and tell, right? We're here to paint some orcs. I do like my show and tell every once in a while. I have to feel like I got these miniatures for some reason. Oh my god. What did I do? I made a mess. Get in here. I also need better ways to store these guys. But yeah, kind of like, aside from the 3 gnolls I have, that's like the closest. I mean, I have that Goliath warband. Oh my god. Avalanching stuff. That is my life. Where did that other silicone mold go? Oh. I don't even know. Oh, it's right. I hit my head. One moment, peoples. Just close that. Forget that ever happened. Oh, all right. So let's get this boss figured out. Let's get right into the Seraphim Sepia stage, which I kind of do as like my first like metallic coats. Did I shake this enough? I don't think I shook it at all. I don't know if you have to shake shades. I'm gonna shake them. But here we go. Here we go. It's nice seeing you all here again today. I go through like this weird phase if I'm not streaming where it's like, man, I'm not doing well. But then like every time I look back, my analytics actually surprise me. Everyone tells me don't look at your analytics starting out, but like actually they're doing a lot better than I was expecting. And we are kind of technically officially, this is 1 month since I became affiliate actually. So thank you for that. And I know some people's subscriptions are going to be coming up or under, so yeah, definitely please help me support the channel and keep going. It's been a great month. It's like the most hopeful month I've had in so long. And I love doing this stuff. I think this is cool. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. I really want to know, and probably I'll put a poll up in my Discord, which I'll probably get up. I've just started setting up in the background of my teaching Discord, like turning it into a streaming Discord for all y'all. Ooh, I forgot to. Oh man, I forgot to do a few wires. Alright. It's okay. Not the end of the world. I might have to do an acrylic touch up because this wire right here I wanted yellow and I think I wanted that one blue and I completely forgot to work on the axe, but we can be sitting here doing the shades for a while. I always forget stuff, and he's such a busy model. I mean, there's much busier models out there, but to me, he's a very, very busy model. So I'm actually really happy that we went for just like a black armor paint scheme. I think I would be really struggling. I'm already really struggling, right? But I think I'd be really struggling if he had more complex colors. But yeah, I like the Goths. They're just kind of. I think they're like the first army. Like I noticed, I very much stuck to the armies I first saw in like magazines and the rule books and stuff. So I think the Goths are like what I saw in third edition Warhammer. Um, I definitely felt that way, and even like the first Space Marine chapter I really liked and tried painting was the Crimson Fists from like that White Dwarf magazine I was telling you guys the other stream. That's like I always kind of went in that color scheme direction for all my first impression armies, for better or worse. Uh, yeah, in third edition, all the chaos were like Night Lords. It was like Night Lords and Chaos Undivided, which I never really cared for Chaos Undivided, like Abaddon's chapter. I almost like in the lore horses, Luna wolves, which are not to be mistaken as for like the space wolves. Oh, I forgot another wire. Oh my god, there's so much snuck into here. I'll have to do some post shade stuff. I thought this guy was 100% ready. I even like did a um, double coat satin for him because I failed. So it's a little disheartening that I missed a couple of more spots, but take it from me. This is part of the I guess part of the hobby, part of the process. It's no matter how hard you try, you still almost seem to forget stuff. And hopefully that's okay. I can't say for certain if it's okay, but it'll be okay, but like right now it's just like, oh man, I'm looking like a buffoon right now. Here I am supposed to be like, hey, I can paint, and all I've been proven is like, man, I'm a mess. Really, that's all I'm proving to you guys is, man, I'm a mess. But let it inspire you. If you too are a mess and that's why it's keeping you from painting, you can still make it work. You might have a little bit of a struggle, as I do, but I really do like the last time we were shading, um, how well it all came out. So I'm trying to focus back on where I'd see like the buildup of these shades. The Seraphim Sepia is going to be the lightest and least impactful, kind of. It will help enhance the next like Agrax Earth shade and stuff, like so much, so much. And it's a definitely trust the process situation. The definite trust the process situation. And the shading phase is kind of the most lax, and I feel like the most impactful in this painting style. There's several different painting styles that I'll be showing in the future. I was just thinking about some of my Frostgrave um, uh, mages. They're wizard. Like you're basically in Frostgrave. Your warband is led by wizards trying to get artifacts in this kingdom that has been through kind of like a like an ice age, a magical ice age, and it's all starting to like disenchant and thaw. And so there's like this gold rush back into this kingdom that I think has been buried in ice and snow for like thousands of years, or 1,000 years. I forget what it was. Um, But, what is that? That's weird. I have like this red fiber. Da 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 da. Get out of here. I don't know why you're red and how you got there. Um, and they're smaller models. It's like true 25 or true 28 millimeter. So they're smaller than these guys that Warhammer has gone up to, like, they say 32 millimeter, but oh, wow, I forgot those bolts and nuts too. Holy crap, I forgot so much on you. I'm sorry. You do not deserve me painting you at this point. Um, but yeah, they're smaller miniatures, but I did a speed paint style on them. Very similar to how I did for my Trench Crusade guys, which I'm actually forgetting. Those Trench Crusade guys are probably my more complete um, warband, more so than even the. This is not a test warband that I showed off. So that's those guys too, and I always forget. It's because I got those models, and now that I completed them, no one wants to play that game with me anymore. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. And that's all right. Ooh, I did too much shade. Which, again, you could always pull out the shade if you dunk too much in. I'm just gonna get these exhaust pipes kind of slathered in this stuff. It's gonna be hard to, like, kind of control where this shade goes, like, inside. This is like something. This is one of those moments again where I should have sub-assembled the backpack. There's quite a few things here I could have sub-assembled, like his axe and the backpack, and yeah, I'm kicking myself, but it's all right. There's a lot of that, and I think our future projects here with miniatures, that'll just be a thing, is like do more sub-assembly. So yeah. But what I was saying about my Discord is I want to put up some polls. Like, I definitely want, like, a voting community. Like, I get very indecisive on, like, what my next project should be. I get indecisive on what streams that you guys think work better than others. And I'll be asking that a lot. Probably in my Patreon too. Um, I've been like I've at least been going to those sites and starting to, like, the process of, like, okay, what am I gonna need to set all that up. But yeah, I definitely want to keep in touch with my community, see how they're feeling about the stream, what they would like to see, what they liked seeing, um, you know, that kind of stuff. Help me help you. Yeah, it's like a help me help you, but it's really just helping me. But I'd like to help you see the things you want. Makes sense to me. There's a lot of ground to cover with this miniature. So we're going to be, this is why I kind of also want to just focus on this dude alone, just because when I had him part of the batch painting, it was too much. Like he was such a speed bump in progress, because he's just really his own kind of beast. And yes, it's been weeks, and I still haven't written down all their guys' names. They're still in my tabletop simulator, and have not have not memorized them, because mostly I did like a Warhammer Orc name generator kind of situation with these guys. I definitely had no idea what to name my orcs, and I'm not. I know orcs are easy because they're just the silliest of names, but I couldn't think of it. So I just like threw on some stuff, changed things that I thought would sound better or that gave me ideas. Uh, I got yeah, possible ban eraser. Okay, ban. Cool. All right. And remember, if you got hobbies, you got Legos, you got, Gundam models you want to put together, break them out. Got D&D stuff you want to work on. This is the time to hobby. This is You're carving this time out for me, but I'm also, I want you to carve this time out for you too. This is like I found that when I mean, what would be really cool is if we got all together IRL, right? And like we're just doing that. But like this is kind of like the best I can do. And I always found that crafting while other people are crafting or doing art is always such a good vibe, such a good motivator. Um, I love doing it. Oh, I forgot to do those little tooth talon tokens on him too. Wow, there was a lot I forgot on this dude. And it's not so much I forgot as much as it just passed under the radar. Which is basically like I forgot, but I legit have been looking over this guy over and over, and the fact that like that much stuff passed under my nose is kind of disheartening and disappointing, and I'm a little sad about it. But it's okay. It's alright. It's really hard doing these technical things and these crafts being. You think I'm gonna say ADHD like me? No, just being as dumb as I am. It's really hard. I got the talent, but I got the stupid too. So if you ever hear, yo, that DJ kid, he's so talented it's stupid. No, he's talented and stupid. Yeah. I'm seeing there's a lot of spots on him. He got kind of extra glossy, so maybe this is why, but there's a lot of like seraphim sepia that's not sticking. And that's probably because I over coated him with the the glaze. But I could also just be not giving it enough time. I could also be not giving it enough glaze. I don't know. I forgot a little dot there. Man, this guy was not ready for this phase. He was not. Mm-mm. That is my bad. It so I'm saying I forgot a lot of stuff. It really isn't that big of a deal to I'll go back and paint it and I don't have to coat it again. I will make it work. But I do hate that the frustrating part is I've been putting a lot of hours into these orcs. And I do really try to make a checklist and I try to be very thorough, and when me being thorough still doesn't work, it's a little disheartening. I won't lie, but don't fret if this happens to you, because like I'm acting like, oh, I screwed up, but it's really not that big of a screw up. In all honesty, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. I just beat myself up a lot, as you guys know. And you guys have lectured me not to do that so much on stream, but I kind of can't help it. Where's that? Okay. Let's see. Where else can I go? You always say I hit someone. You mostly say I hit you, which I don't. But now I'm hitting myself, which maybe. That seems more accurate. My pinky actually still hurts from when I busted it on my countertop. I definitely think I fractured it. Like it's no longer like, oh, I bone bruised it. I was like, oh no, I think I fractured my pinky. I off screen, admittingly, I do have a little bit of a temper. It's never I never directed at anybody. It's always like I get angry, usually in private, and I smash something. I just get so mad. But it's like I can't help it. Maybe that's what Haley meant by I'm very Leo. And I hate astrology. I hate astrological signs. I think it's just another excuse for people to ooh uh sum people up into a derogatory, discriminating stereotype. Um, but I kind of feel that way about most Greek and Roman pantheon mythology stuff. Um, but yeah, I've only seen it used to basically be discriminating to each other. Like, people right off the bat judge me just because I'm a Leo. Come on. Now, you could make the argument of, like, oh, so there's only 12 personality types, which is not true. In astrology's defense, there's a lot more to it than that, but at the same time, I don't like to sum things up in just such broad stroke stereotypes. Um, I don't know, especially before meeting someone or not really giving them a chance. You know what I mean? I've also surprised a lot of people how not Leo I am, because Leos are known to be very narcissistic, sometimes very prideful, and I try to be the opposite. If anything, my pride is down the shitter. Even though I do believe everyone has narcissistic tendencies in the end, um, I try to do my best to be aware of it. Um, People who have narcissistic tendencies doesn't mean they're narcissists. It just means this society is built to kind of encourage narcissistic behavior, and I blame kind of modern civilization for that, not so much behavioral, but there are a lot of people who are, and I call them out for it. And it usually turns out that I was correct. I'll put it this way: if I've ever called someone a narcissist, no matter how much they fight it, eventually, eventually, I'm validated in some way, shape, or form. Which is cool. If you guys ever need tips on narcissism or what to do, you can come to me. If you know me and you need help with that, give me a DM. We'll chat. I've had to deal with it most of my life. I won't get into it now, but if you want to talk about it in private, I would definitely talk about it in private. This is a place to escape all that, right? This is a place to create, and I want to harbor that. Harbor creation. I like that. I like that term, harbor creation. All right, so you see like how much dingier his metallics are getting. This is good. This is getting really good. It's just that light tint of bringing in almost like this rust and like this turning of the iron of like to that kind of stained weathering and moisture buildup, and that's like kind of browning. That's exactly where I want it to be. I want to hit these yellow wires just a little bit more. I know the Agrax Earthshade is going to be the heavy lifter when it comes to the yellow wires. Did you just say Frito pie? I've never had Frito pie, but I kind of want Frito pie. But what I really want right now. It's a big sip. All right. I think I got everything I see one little spot that needs more Seraphim Sepia. Oh yeah, but I don't do a lot of unhealthy things. I could spare a Frito pie. What's involved? If it's like a taco salad, I'm in. Because honestly, like I had if you guys have ever had the tacos with the Dorito shells, my brother-in-law to be I think got them when we were visiting Haley's family, and we had like Dorito taco shells, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be like hot garbage. I bet I was like, oh my god, it was pretty baller. Honestly, I won't lie. I wouldn't want to have it all the time because it definitely feels like, oh, eating this is not going to be good for my health. But it was good. It was good, and I kind of would like, I could kind of see Fritos or like something Frito-y being like that. So like Fritos chili and cheese. I'm not a big chili guy. I'm more of a meat chili than a bean chili, and I know there's a big fight between like whether that's chili or not. I don't care. I'm not a big chili advocate. Um, but yeah, I definitely, yeah, I would probably definitely do a meat chili if that was the case for this legendary Frito pie. Oh, I'm off camera. Sorry. I might have to adjust my camera. I'm a little off uh, today, but um, it's not terrible. Just if I go off camera and I'm like not picking up, just let me know in chat because I'm on 5 hours of sleep. I'm extra goldfish brain today. So help me help you. Ooh, I don't know if I want to put this shade on his loincloth yet. I still see like wet shading on his loincloth, so I'm kind of like, oh no, I can't do that yet. All right, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, as big as this guy is, like I thought, like my patience would be like more rewarded since like I get to like get away from a particular spot or item, and it's still like, oh, this is still wet. And what I think it is, what I know it is these are such big pieces because he is a bigger model. That where I thought they would dry quicker, uh, the bigger areas still take a little bit longer to kind of dry. Uh-oh, I see dust on my little goblin guy. Come on. Come on. Whoop. Oh. Ooh, that's stuck on there. There we go. Sorry. All right, let's be a little impatient. Let's get this Reichland flesh shade into the, yeah, that looks good in the red loincloth, making it a little bit more, you know, in depth. Pushing the colors. We're pushing the darks without, you know, uh, desaturating them, which is always important. Um, there's not a whole lot of places I can use this Reichland flesh shade on. I'm trying to stick to just the red. So, because it's like a ruddy kind of brown, it's a flesh shade, so it's made more for flesh. But I like using it instead of like a red, just purposely than like a red shade for red because it has that still like grit and grime to it. And like I always say, because I really want to teach this, just because it's grim dark doesn't mean you desaturate and bring things to black, especially because we have so much black going on already. Um, I think it's worth its weight to push the darks and be dirty in a way that's not desaturating. So the black, just like the black Nuln Oil, um, I don't think I've used it yet on my guys because it's such a desaturating dark push, um, and I really worry about what it will do when I have a character with black armor, because we really need to enhance and focus on the little bit of colors that we do. We need those to pop, but not be like cartoony. So make something look grim dark by adding grit, not just desaturated black, is what I'm trying to say. And I've said it in the past, but I don't know if I have new viewers watching. I mean, I could check, but I doubt it. What do we got? We got 6 viewers right now. Um, but yeah, for those who just catch this video, it's an important lesson to push your darks without using blacks. It's very, very, very important. I think I want the browns to be a little more ruddy in some of the areas here. I might do that for this too. It'll push, doing a ruddy color like this Reichland Fleshshade in kind of this desaturated brown will help kind of push that natural color into it. It'll be a nice like variation in the hide or leather of the wraps here. I think that's a good call. Whoops, I almost tipped over my Reichland Fleshshade. I never have the meme-worthy Nuln Oil spill. It's always my other shades that spill. Well, I say that, but I've only really spilt my Agrax Thirst shade, because that's basically what I use instead of Nuln Oil. That was devastating. I think I lost half my pot of Agrax to that, which sucks because these are like, I forget what these are going for. I think these are like basically $10 on Amazon, which I do have to do another shade run soon on Amazon and buy up some more. I want to get a little bit more on this axe. I don't think the shade really took, though. When I do Agrax, you guys seen it in the last video, Agrax's shade really makes something pop. Get the underside shade. I really love on these guys like the red gradients that we're gonna get. So that one orc that has the drum, that has that little red panel, that'll be checker marked, but that's like such a great small little red gradient that makes me really happy in there. So when I do the checkered pattern, like a lot of that will be covered up, but the fact that that gradient will pop through that red will be a cool effect. I've done stuff like that in the past, and it's neat. It's similar to like drawing when if you guys have seen my drawing streams, when I'm usually like, oh, I drew a great body, but now I have to armor it up and you won't be able to see it. It's like kind of one of those sacrifices that like you do for, kind of the build-up process. You kind of feel disheartened to hide something, but it just wouldn't make sense unless. And if I really get disheartened, I usually like, especially in drawing, I usually put that step aside, save it as like a PNG file, and like I'll save it for a rainy day of doing like another project or something, or have it inspire another pose, or whatever the case. I'm using a little bit more of a ruddy shade in some spots that I want to make more interesting, like a lot of these brass parts. I feel like could use it. I feel like the varying tone of getting that like reddish color in the brass is going to be actually very important. It'll pull it back into a little bit of a copper tone, which is not bad. I don't want to overdo it, but that's what I love about shades, is they're so subtle and in their changes. You really have a lot of control. Yeah, just like that. Hell yeah. And I'm kind of selecting like bottom side of like the bolts and stuff to allow pooling towards like the lower part, so it doesn't overtake the entire thing, but you definitely know there's like a ruddiness to it. So you gotta be kind of surgical when doing this, because you don't want to just like, if you don't want to influence too much, you kind of just gotta select the crevices and stuff you want to do. Especially with this step, because it's going to be mostly covered with the Agrax Earthshade, but like, you know, last time we were painting, Agrax Earthshade, earthy, has a tendency to enhance and kind of make the pop like color saturation. So being a little bit more limited on this step is kind of vital, because it's going to show up more after the Agrax Earthshade. That's all I gotta say about that. Oh, do we want the... Let's get a little bit of this ruddiness into the shells, into the casings. I like that. Get into here. Cool, 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 cool. I'm gonna mess with the banner, get a little bit more ruddy color into there. I think I have to... Shoo! Shoo! Oh, excuse me. Thank you, thank you. You know what I always, growing up, this is related to sneezing, is when I grew up and I saw like on my cartoons, if someone was cooking something and used pepper or dusted pepper on like a person's nose or something, I always thought it was just a cartoon trope that they sneezed. And because I never was that sensitive as a child, but growing up, whenever I'm cooking with my fiance, especially last night, we were using pepper, and oh my god, I sneeze up a storm every time it's used. I have to like walk away and just be like, achoo, achoo, achoo. It gets me. Is anyone else like that? Or did anyone else have that experience of like, nah, that doesn't really happen in real life, and then growing up you're like, oh, I see what my cartoons were talking about back in the day that I didn't understand. There's so many cartoons like that. Like King of the Hill for me is an entire, like, I didn't get it as a kid, and then I realized, well, it wasn't for kids. It was definitely something more of a you know, our parents would find funny. But Bobby Hill is still the GOAT. He still is so relevant today that I love it. He is so relevant. What I'm going to do right meow is I have to wait for the shades to dry. Now, like I said, there was a couple of spots I missed. So I'm going to attack those spots that I missed right now. because we have to wait anyway, right? Whoop. So a lot of these colors I put on my palette last night to do more for my my Burna Boy. Let's see, what brush do I want? Let's get, yeah. Oh, I don't want you actually getting into my old yellow paint. No, thank you. So a lot of it is this wire here that I totally forgot. Oh, right, it's yellow, so it's gonna give me a hard time. Yellows always suck to paint, especially on black primer. And honestly, I mean, you could do this, and I've done this in the past. You could prep a yellow piece by painting white, but the problem I find with that is being that white has a bigger pigmentation, and you would have the same issue, right? You would have the same issue getting white to be solid white, just to put the yellow on. You're almost like gunking up the miniature more with pigmentation. Hold on, I have to lock in. And I worry about having that kind of like super unthinned, gunky paint buildup look to the miniature. So in the end, I'd rather just suffer through putting yellow on. I have to, let's see, do I have a tissue somewhere here? Because now I sneezed and like the floodgates have opened, so yay me. Yay me. I'll put this aside so I don't mix it up with my, I don't need snot on my miniatures. No thank you. No thank you. It would not be flattering. Though, oh god, yeah, my sinuses, I always have sinus meltdowns. Though it's funny, painting orcs, and some of their little goblins are actually called snotlings. Yeah, my snotling's painted with real snot. Yeah, they have Gretchlings and Snots. Snots, Grots, and Gretchlings, I think, is like the full spectrum of goblinoids that they have. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do think it's, unless Gretchlings are an outdated term, because have not seen that used in a while, and they could have just changed it to Grots. So Snots and Grots. But I think there's Snots, Grots, Gretchlings. And I only know that the Snots are smaller, I believe. I think the Grots are also small, and the Gretchlings are like the full-sized goblin. I don't know. Oh, and I'm screwing up. Par for the course. Okay, so there's a couple of wires that I see. I want, I'm kind of doing like a blue, red, yellow theme for my wires. They're easily recognizable. You have the red and blue wires you'll see everywhere. I don't want to use green because these guys are green, so it would kind of just be redundant. So blue and yellow is always a great, blue and red are always great, just base colors to throw in for wires. And then the yellow is really good for that, like, very industrial kind of extension cord kind of vibe to it. And I want to do blue on this part here only because the axe head is very red, and that little itty bitty touch of blue goes a long way to just show the diversity in colors. Makes sense to me. And it might not be like that for the box art, but big but, I don't care, because I'm taking my artistic liberty saying, you know what, this little tiny piece right here could just be ever so slightly more interesting. Okay, now I have that red, and you guys gotta remind me, I have those two talons on, I have the two talons and the one bolt that I have to do. Ooh, what did I get on there? Oh, that's okay. I need my red. Yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna put a little, I'm not even gonna really put too much red in here because I just need it for a touch. I actually even put too much blue before. And I'll get this dude right in here to be a red wire. And honestly, I don't know if this part I'm painting is supposed to be like a metallic tube. Again, it's kind of like, I don't care. And I don't like that I'm doing it red, but the only reason I'm doing it red is because I have that blue there and blue there. And the only bit of red I have on the actual engine is like under there. So it kind of needs a call for separating. And I could have done it in yellow, but kind of with the engine wires, I feel like the blue and red are a lot more, it definitely like component electrical, kind of like electrical wire harness vibes. Of course, I would like to know what engine they're using that doesn't have a ridiculously annoying wire harness. That must be like an engine from like the 70s, because now wire harnesses are just absolutely insane on cars. It's actually the worst part, I think, working on a car is like the wire harness. And now we need to do... Oh, no. Let's get skeleton bone and put our first steps onto those trinkets and talons. Cool. Alright, let's get our first coat onto here. Can't believe I forgot these. These are probably the... Oh no, that one wire, that one yellow wire on the axe was kind of atrocious that I forgot too. You know, I was watching Ninjon earlier today, on, it was his video of like part of the painting that I don't show or something like that. It was it's for his current Golden Demon model that he's working on. And he made a really good comment that he was basically saying one of his buddies told him is you can have good painting or you can have good camera angles, but you can't have both. And oh my god, did I just prove that right? Holy. Get off, get off. I have to try to rub off paint. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good. I really don't want to go back and fix that up. So while it's still wet, I'm trying to pull that wet paint off. I got bone color paint all over the boss banner that he's got. Should have sub-assembled. I should have sub-assembled. Should have really sub-assembled this. So if you guys paint this model, learn from me. Learn from my mistakes. Sub-assemble this dude. I had half of mine to just like take some paint stripper, and the paint stripper I has also breaks down very cleanly the plastic cement I use, so I can snap it all apart. I kind of wish I listened to myself and just broke this guy down again to sub-assemble paint him. This guy's not fun to paint, like all together. He is not. I dare say he might be the worst model I've ever painted, in all honesty. I'm trying to think if I've had more difficult times getting into the nooks and crannies with miniatures, and I think this guy takes the cake. Hardcore. Let me just do another quick coat. I don't want to pull paint off. This paint is fighting me a little bit, and I don't think I thinned it enough the first time. I'm being impatient, so I think that's the issue I'm coming across. And that happens. What I want to do now is attack those little silver spots I forgot. There's a couple I missed. And it's not so much the little tiny rivets. I'm going to worry about those in the cleanup phase. I might put like a little contrast paint or null oil around so it like gets around the edges of them. That's a really good tactic. And then you dot the little bit of silver on all the rivets. Kind of when you're doing like your highlights and paint chipping phase, you gotta kind of dictate like during that point is when you want to do rivets and stuff, because a lot of rivets will be part of the paint chipping phase because they're very raised and always get hit in combat. In fact, in a lot of medieval feudal armor, the rivets, I on some of my armor pieces, they like over rivet them for no reason, and it's to actually stop, blades from sliding once they strike your armor and stuff. Because no one ever thinks about like, when a sword hits armor, it doesn't just like bounce off. It can slide to the edges and still get into like vital parts of the body. So there's two things you'll see on armor, and usually it's like edge folds, like you'll see a little rim and it's like a bump along all the edges of armor, and that is to prevent and catch swords, but also like not injure the wearer by having sharp edges. Though I do have armor pieces that don't all have that little catch. Um, but yeah, but also rivets do the same thing. It's to like kind of stop like the sliding of a blade or redirect it. So with armor that has a lot of rivets that is painted, a lot of the times those rivets usually catch dirt, get hit, scrape up against stuff. So you'll see a shine to like usually all the rivets. That's usually the first to go. Okay. Nope, there's a couple of, it's actually on those little talon pieces. The little fastener that they have, the little ring that they're hanging off of, I also want to paint. Sorry, I know I'm off camera. Whoop, there we go. So yeah, I want to, will you zoom in? Yeah, like right in there. I had to get those. Okay, so I fixed up, what was, do you guys remember anything else that I said? Oh, I know, there's one more piece on his forearm. He's got a belt that has this little clasp that I did miss. But let me know if I said anything that you guys are like, oh, you said you wanted to do that, because I'm struggling. I could use your guys' help a little bit. I'm gonna do a little bit of a in-depth. Oh, I see a couple of, well, I see one spot I have also missed. I probably have screwed up more on my boss than any other model. At least, definitely within my orcs. He's the one guy I screwed up the most on. Ooh, I don't like how that looks. Let's see. Oh, I got a lot of yellow when I was painting that, the yellow, cord on the axe. I did screw up a little bit. Was that rough iron? I think that's rough iron. So I just gotta quickly spruce this up. Cool. And as soon as we're done with the shades on him, we're gonna go right into like the glazing, mid-tone build-up. That will lead into highlighting. If we get to highlighting today, that would be cool. Can't promise that we will. Highlighting, honestly, would be a whole stream session on its own. there's a little bit of red I see I've missed in here. Cool. Alright, I think we fixed all the stuff I missed. Did you guys remember if I missed any of the things I said before? I think I covered it all. Worst case scenario is I find, oops, there's another piece I missed. Actually, I do see 2 pieces I missed. I remember there's little bolts on the elbows. I forgot a lot on this dude. This guy is nightmarish. Was he the one? Nope. I got it on this side. But I didn't get that bolt. Let's see. Up and on the other side of here. Cool. So after a minute, those should dry. I'll probably start the Agrax earth shading now. Or, I should actually do the other stuff. I should actually do the greens and the blues. So let's go after the blue. I use this brush for more of my shading. So yeah, I'll hit all the blue wires, which there's a lot of them, but they're like very teeny tiny, so it's just tracing them over, getting them in those crevices to kind of push those darks. Ooh, that's definitely, I overloaded my brush. I wish this pot doesn't want to stay open. It's going to cause me problems. I'm predicting it. I might spill my blue shade today. I feel it. Could be wrong though. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I don't want to spill it. But to be fair, I accidentally bought 2 of these. And I don't use blue shade enough. Come on. So all this does is, even though it's just the wires, getting in the crevices, like behind the wires, like that little like round edge, and getting in that underside, is all this is for, to make the wire look more round. It's a stupid step, and it seems so like unneeded, but it will help make our wires pop, especially when we get to the highlighting phase, because now you have a shade and a highlight, and it really looks like it'll be like a round piece of or like piece of wire. It's really all it is. There's nothing complicated behind it. Just like that. Is there any blue? Any other blue I'm missing? Probably. Yep, I found it. And I think there's one on the opposite side that's like right going into that hydraulic hip joint. Is there another one on the other side? Did I get that one already? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. I think that's all the blue. And I think I hit all the red already, didn't I? Not all of it. Not all of it. Oh, what am I doing? That would have been embarrassing. Did you guys see that? You didn't see it. Oh, can you plug in your headset and listen to it? It's all good if you can't. If you need to go and let that charge. I want to pull in some more of this ruddy red color. Yeah, I think we're about ready for the Agrax Earthshade, which is my favorite shade step, as you guys might know. I feel like it's the most impactful color. I will gas up Agrax Earthshade to the day I die. It is the best shade. Honestly, say you're starting up for painting, and you want just a few colors, and you're like, I need a shade. You could do Null Noil. You could get, it's a good starter one, but it does fall in the habit of like, you're just desaturating things. Get Agrax Earthshade instead. My suggestion. It makes colors pop instead of bringing it into like adding black to your color, desaturating it. I feel it makes it pop but also darken. This is a great starter shade to anything. Even if it's your only shade, you like I do go into the blues and the greens and blah. Speaking of greens, actually I should do the green camo shade to his pants first before I do this. But Agrax Earthshade could do 90% of the job for you. It's a great, that's my suggestion as a painter. If you want one shade, start with Agrax Earthshade. Agrax Earthshade approves this message. Sponsored, bought, and paid for by the Agrax Earthshade community. Alright, I'm throwing in a camo shade because he's one of like 3 orcs that have like a very desaturated, like green, olive drab camo pants. That's kind of going based off the box art too, but like I kind of like that for him. I struggled very hard on what color I was gonna give his pants, and I was actually gonna lean towards gray, because as the boss to the Goths, I was like, he should be like kind of like very desaturated, kind of stay to the true colors. But I was like, you know what? Like, I don't know. I feel like he just needs some more like a slight militaristic commander vibe. And, you know, his only elite right now has like these khaki beige kind of pants that are like slightly grayish, and it just, I felt like it would have been enough of a difference. The only other 2 I have is one of my normal dudes has this camo color, yeah, the guy with the red plate on his thing, and my Burna Boy, which isn't even gonna be in play for like the first couple times. I'm trying to get this camo shade to pool correctly. it's very hard because it's just sinking to the bottom, and that's okay. That's kind of what I want it to do, but I also want to manipulate the shading spot, so I might have to like let that dry a little bit, or attack everything else with Agrax Earthshade for a second, let that dry, and then come back with Kama Shade, and that's the plan. Here we go. Come here, Agrax Earthshade. I've been waiting for you. Hell yeah. Ooh. Oh god, I thought something dropped. I thought I tipped over my Agrax Earthshade again. I would have cried. You would have seen me legit cry on screen, which might happen in the future. I don't know. The one thing I hate about these is like they don't stay open. There's a way the little tab, like you can click it and it stays open, but I've had more issues with that than success. Alright. Oh, good burp, Bubba. He burped and I heard it all the way from over here. I call Fizzgig Bubba sometimes. I feel like that's no matter what you name your dog, you call him Bubba at some point. I love this shade. I can't stop gassing up this particular shade. This is the breadwinner of shades. And I'm trying not to overload my brush because this will show off a lot once it cures and dries. And it's definitely gonna pull the colors in a certain direction, and if you pull it too much you'll get like kind of a coffee stain look. So you don't need a lot. It little manipulates the shades and colors in a long it works hard for the little that you need. You know what I can't wait, guys? I can't wait to be on YouTube and do some like pre-recorded Let's Plays with all my painted stuff. Think you guys would like that? I mean, you guys could catch them at any time. It wouldn't be stream. It would just be, you know, here the videos lie. Go check them out when you can. But I can't wait to see these guys like on the tabletop with all the painted terrain and stuff. I am stoked for that. Yeah, it's gonna be a while because I do need to paint a lot of terrain, but you know, I'll start small. I'll start with what I got painted. I'll start with my orcs. Fight other people who have painted stuff. Who knows? To yell at my games. And you'll see how bad I am actually at my own games. Necromunda and this is not a test. I have a pretty good track record, but I'm not perfect. I'm very susceptible to cheese builds. So if someone has like a cheese build instead of more of a narrative build, yeah, forget it. They have it. Because that's how cheese builds win. You don't play to make like your own characters you play, you basically looked up on Google and you're like, I want to win, so let's do a cheese build. And it's like, all right, I just want to see what happens to my dudes. But you do you, I guess. I'm not really a big Blood Bowl fan, and I don't know anyone who plays Blood Bowl. Um, do I have any Blood Bowl miniatures? I think I did for a hot second, but they actually sent me the wrong box of Blood Bowl, and I got refunded instead of a trade. I think that's what happened. What I would have liked to do, actually relating to this project, is I actually did want the Orc Blood Bowl army to actually um, be my Ard boys, the guys in the heavy armor, and I still kind of think like I might still go that route because I have the the Age of Sigmar like Ard boys um, that I showed you I was gonna convert for this, but I almost think if I did the Blood Bowl, having that kind of like smoother armor football player look might be more on par with this. So like I've been baiting that, but I haven't had money to buy miniatures in like 6 months. Which every month I always bought miniatures. Like for the last like 26 years, like every month I always put a little aside of like what miniatures am I gonna get. Um, so it's weird. It's been a weird half year that I've had to like really kind of button up and not buy anything that I love. This is going well though. This is going well. Though I do see where I need to apply this Agrexler shade a little bit a few times. Alright, I gotta slather it. I'm just gonna slather it in there, even if it's like not the most perfect. If it's behind there, it's kind of like the good enough diploma. It'll look the part. What happened there? Oh, did I not get the top of that exhaust pipe? That might have to be something I tack when I do the build up phase, honestly. So there's a couple things I want to do um, after this in the like in between, I guess the kind of mid-tone build-up phase and the highlight phase, and that is throw a little contrast paint in like a lot of the gun barrel holes. Oh, I forgot a whole section here. Oh no, I need to throw Seraphim sepia in that. But it's like the gun barrel holes, like some of the ports in the exhaust, and the nails. I thought I could probably do it with the Null Oil, but it won't affect it heavily enough unless I do like 30 layers of the shade. But contrast, I might just need one. And I think that'll be what I do. Ooh, I shouldn't go in between. um, and yeah, I've been mulling that over a bit of like, how the hell am I going to do that? But I think with the contrast paint, well, the speed paint, I should say, because I don't have a single contrast paint, but I do have the Army Painter speed paints, which I like better. There's more, I think there's more variety. Though, maybe not now. I think maybe Games Workshop probably has made more. I think I have like 96 speed paints. I don't know how many uh, contrast paints Games Workshop has. I would have to Google it. Or I'll have one of you guys Google it. Can you, one of you guys, Google up how many, how, how, how many contrast paints are in the Games Workshop uh, line or series? I actually don't know. I remember back in the day it was not a lot, but it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. Oh, let's get some Agraxar shade on this red, and we're gonna try to pool in areas that the shading would be heavier. But remember, you can't go too heavy. Can't go. I almost did go too heavy because you'll get coffee staining. We don't want that coffee staining. And what I mean by the coffee staining is when it dries, the edges dry first and all the pigments like shoot over to the dried edges first, and then as it dries it's like more opaque in the middle, so you get this ring, like this coffee ring. And you gotta be very careful. That's what can happen if you overload the shade. So it's not like shades require no talent. That's why I do hate the term talent in a bottle, because you do need to be careful with it. And I am very against what's called like the null oil dips or any shade dips. I don't believe it works well, because it takes almost more work after you do a shade dip to pull away and fix it up, and you might as well just be more surgical with it in the end, and it'll look better. Like, it's very lazy for not a great look, I think, my opinion. And if you value my opinion, heed my words, traveler. Heed my words. Alright, let's try to get this a little bit more. Let's try to pull this a little bit lower like that. I can always go back and apply a second layer. Oh yeah, that, oh, I love how that looks. You see, that's a huge transformation right there. Like, immediately is right in those leather wraps. Beautiful. That's why we do it. That is why we do it, fellas. Love it. Love it. Mm-hmm. Juicy. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Sorry, you guys can tell how enthusiastic I get over this phase. It's slow, it's a little long, but this is the most rewarding phase. Rewarding. I've never been more dyslexic than when I started streaming. That's not true. I know a lot of you are going to be like, dude, you speak like an absolute mongoloid. What are you talking about? Like, just on a normal basis. But I feel like it's more so when I'm streaming. This strap on his arm might take a couple of passes. It's looking like it might be a difficult um, element. It's just going to give me a lot of strafe. So, also, you might be noticing, I mean, I hope you're noticing, that a lot of my uh, metallic colors are becoming browned. That's okay. This is a trust the process situation because, again, we're going to do a mid-tone buildup. So when I attack these browned metals with a like edge highlight, like a little bit brighter of a metallic edge highlight, it's going to bring it back to like that metallic color. And I won't probably do as much mid-tone buildup in the metals as much as just leaving them to the edge highlights. Um, and yeah, what that's going to do is you get the sense that it's metal, you get the sense that it's dingy, but you get the sense that like all the edges are still being struck and used and chipped away and worn to the point where it brings it back to uh, that metallic state, that edge. So it kind of like balances itself out. Or at least that's what I've always done back in the day. That's the theory I use. I hope I achieve it. Um, it's kind of what I do on my Necromunda models, and I've really always liked the look, especially on the bases. Because Necromunda, basically all of Necromunda is like this rusty, dingy kind of vibe, which I love it because it's so post-apocalyptic looking. But you can kind of like see it even like here. There's still like an edge of the metal, and so like even stuff like that, it's already doing a lot of the work. But the metallics I will be doing the highlights is like one step brighter than what I started the base out in. So it's to like make it pop, you know? It's to make it really pop. Oh, let's get this focused. There we go. This brush has kind of had enough of my shit today. But this is one of my beater up brushes, so I don't care. But it is definitely not feeling good. There's a lot of spots I'm gonna have to go back with the Agraxar shade and do more passes on, and that's all right. Keeping track of what is what's gonna kill me in the end here. Come on, focus. My camera's not doing too bad today, but it is still a little. What was I doing? I think it was my last time I was painting. Oh man, yeah. Because I don't do the craft. This is the only thing. But yeah, last time we were here doing this, it was a struggle, wasn't it? All right. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's okay. I'm not feeling too hot either. I definitely feel you, and I hope you feel better. Thank you for stopping by and checking out the stream. As always, you have made it every day. All right. Oh, there's still a lot to do. Still a lot I have not covered. And I have to do this camo shade again, and I'm not looking forward to it. Let's see. Oh, I have to hit this. I see some spots where I have to touch it up with the Seraphim Sepia too. Even though I already did that, there's spots I missed. I'm missing so many spots. Alright, I have to get this inside his tusk, so. Or not the tusk, but like that armored piece there. I also need to hit all its like little tooth token, or his tooth trophies on his earrings and his just hanging around his banner and stuff. I have to hit them with Seraphim Sepia before I hit them with the other elements. But there's some spots here now that it's a slow build, so we're gonna be just sitting on this for a while. How far in stream? We're 2 hours in stream. Wow. Only reason I'm not too happy about that is I want most of this stream to be a glazing mid-tone build-up, but this is why I started doing this guy separately, because he was just such an endeavor. He really was an endeavor. But he's making it. He's slowly making his way. You can tell he's changed a lot even from the beginning of this stream. Like, those shades are really kicking in. I might throw a little bit more Agrax in there. I hope it has cured enough and won't activate, but I'm going to try to pull that because it's the underside and I want to really shade it correctly. get like the edges in here too pretty dark. Gotta pull a lot of this down. Might take a bit to cure or to dry because I'm actually gonna get the underside of these blades too a little bit better because yeah, again, this is gonna be the underside. This is where light is not hitting, so I want to focus on that being a little bit darker than normal. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is you gotta like manipulate the lighting. And obviously it's very easy. Things that are under usually are darker unless you have a secondary light source from underneath, which is a cool look. I haven't really done anything like that. I would like to. I have a couple of projects that I have debated on doing that with. And that is, in the past, my first undead army was going to be like that. I don't know if I'm still going to do that with them. Kind of have like this necrotic underglow from them. Like, I kind of wanted like a abyssal, like underworld kind of river Styx kind of vibe, even though again I not a fan of like Greek mythology stuff, but same concept, you know. And my Night Lords and a lot of my Chaos are going to have some secondary underglow from candles that I have on bases. So I have a bunch of my Chaos and my cultists on the old Sector Imperialis bases, but I'm sprucing them up to look a lot like Darktide, the game, um, where it's very much like that Hive Imperial Hive City kind of vibe. Um, and I just noticed like all these like runes like painted in blood and candles and skulls and viscera and stuff, and I'm like, I kind of want my chaos and my cultists to look like almost the vibe of like how Darktide is, because especially because all my cultists and stuff, I have almost all the same cultists and models that are in Darktide. They do a mix of like the old renegades, they have the new renegade traders, they have like the plastic cultists, and they have like the new, like the old like Dark Vengeance plastic cultists, they have the new plastic cultists that, you know, and they're all mixed in within each other, and I really dug that vibe because I've been collecting the Chaos Cultists for oh, a while, well over a decade now. Ever since Dark Vengeance came out, actually ever since Forge World's Renegade Traders came out, and then I think I got the Dark Vengeance cultists, and I never could I never fully played them. I mixed them, but I was never like validated of like, oh, is this okay? Because like there's so many styles here and blah blah blah. And when Darktide came out, it was such a validation because like they use all of them in the hordes, and I was like, this is cool. So that's when I got my Night Lords and I started putting my Night Lords together. Um, I knew I kind of wanted an homage to like Darktide and that vibe because it just really tied it together. And yeah, and I always love playing the bad guys to these games. I like giving my friends something to fight. Um, whether I win or lose. Like, I don't like, honestly, kick my butt. Like, I'm here for you guys to, kind of like the DM mentality. I made bad guys for you guys to fight, for you guys to want to fight, so that's why I like being the bad guy. I love the good guys, but it's like I want other people to also like being the good guys, so I give them something to fight. I think that's cool. I don't know. It's also kind of like my mentality of like I'm trying to pull people in. So if they want to be the good guys, like if I'm one of the good guys, usually I see people wanting to be more the good guys than the bad guys. And really who's good in 40K. But like there's arbitrary there's arguably like very well defined bad guys. Necrons, Tyranids are very, very bad. Chaos is inherently bad. Um, and I definitely like the Renegades more than like Chaos Marines. Basically, because they're in the face of this defiant chaos. They're also defiant about being fully chaos and the chaos god, so they're even like more defiant to me, which I like. They're just never as strong as the chaos god followers. So that's kind of why I like Night Lords lately. Um, uh, oh yeah, nope. There's another 2 hours. We're here for another 2 hours at least. Yeah, you didn't miss stream. Thanks for showing up, buddy. Yeah, I'm very strict. If I do a stream, it will always be 2 to 6, at least Eastern, you know, time zone. Most of the people watching this are in my time zone, unless I'm getting a few randos around the world. I mean, I do remember early stream we got that guy from Greece, which that was interesting. He hated me, I'm pretty sure, but uh, we did not agree on D&D. And the common thing to do nowadays, if you don't agree with someone, you stop communicating with them. Because that's how, as a society, we evolve. Is fight bigotry with bigotry. Now, don't get me wrong. There's definitely a time where you need to be like, you are actually toxic and unhealthy to talk to. Peace. But if someone just doesn't agree with you, come on. Be an adult. Live and let live. We're all allowed our own belief system. The last time we thought to ostracize people for their belief systems, it was the freaking Dark Ages. Like, so that took a turn. I don't. Haters gonna hate. Yeah. No, people have lost the ability to talk like adults and live and let live, even if you don't agree. Now, granted, I get where people are coming from. There's some heinous things going on in the world that we should stop, but that doesn't mean we have to like fight each other. Like, I don't know. They're not the ones doing it, even if they. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's very convoluted, and you could get into all sorts of arguments, and everyone would be right, but everyone's also wrong in the same thing. There's good points and bad points. Everyone has them, and we're not even talking. Let's not even like just sum this up to politically. Like, let's just in every aspect of life. There usually people have like different points of view. I like to take on the mentality of my ancestors, the Norwegian, northern tribes and stuff. And they were a very inclusive society. Same with like natives and stuff. Um, and I felt like cultures definitely strengthened by adapting and adhering and listening to other points of view. And when you close that off, you close off growth, I think. Even if you don't agree with it, you are definitely growing, being able to listen, tolerate, and stuff. Yeah, that's just all. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about that. I have definitely lost a couple of friends. Not that I lean one way or another in terms of political views, because we're not going to be talking about political views, but um, I've even made a post where I thought it was pretty neutral, harmless, and people are like, you believe that way? I'm blocking you, even though that's the one thing I've ever argued with and by. And it's like, we've known each other for 13 years, and that's how you're going to treat me? Like, okay, I'm sorry, you really don't have any kind of, that's bigotry. They think that, people think being that way is making them stronger by cutting them out of life. And granted, there are points and times when you should, believe me. For someone who has blocked his own sister because, of that kind of stuff. But, like, just to disagree, how do you expect to live on life, continue to live life, you know, just intolerant of disagreements? Does that sound like it's a strong personality trait? No, you can't live life agreeing with everybody, but you can't live life disagreeing with people and just like cutting them out. The point I'm making is you're never going to agree with everybody, but you need to find some sort of, like, even if you fight, even if it's ignorant, even if it's not what you believe, even if it honestly, even if it insults you, like, there's a line there, right? Where if it's insulting you and constantly a toxic thing, that's one thing, you know. But you need to learn some tolerance, and not all of you agree. I know, I have friends in here currently watching who are definitely like, I block anyone who associates with this. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm just saying I don't think that's always right. And I'm not saying you have to change. That's not the purpose. I'm just giving my 2 cents on that type of behavior. Like you're creating now, you are now creating a bubble in your life where people now have to feel like they have to tiptoe around you based on like how they think, feel, or say. And what kind of toxicity are you bringing now to the table because of that? That is my point. In a roundabout way, that is my point. Does that make sense? It does for me. I don't know. I think I think there's substance there. I could be wrong. to wash those. This guy's looking cool. Like, the axe is starting to get a nice little vibrant shade underneath, too. Underneath has, like, a really beautiful, like, gradient to it. Oh, yeah. I like this guy. He's a bitch to work with. He's one of the hardest models I've had to do because of my fault. I didn't sub-assemble this dude, which I should have. This is definitely a model that requires sub-assembly. Especially for how difficult I made his base. God, I did no favors. Past DJ did future DJ no favors in terms of that. Yeah, yeah. But I'm glad I did this with Gazgul. I look forward to painting Gazgul. Um, I I struggle so much with what my next stuff. I'm gonna follow Stray's advice and do terrain. I'm definitely gonna paint terrain. For my next painting venture, because that won't be long. That would be like 1 or 2 streams. Um, but what was I saying? Oh, I'm really struggling being like, do I want to continue my gnolls? Do I want to make more orcs? Do I want to paint my Night Lords? Do I want to paint my Necromunda guys? Do I want to paint, well, what else did I want to paint? Oh, my Chaos Mutants. The Chaos Mutant Warband is really, really cool too. I have so much stuff that I want to do, and my Space Wolves, I don't even have half of my Space Wolves now. Jace has my other half of Space Wolves that I have to get my ass in gear and do some of the commissions for to get that. But I have a full effing army of the new Space Wolf stuff, and I promised myself long ago I would never get into like building an army for Warhammer, and like honestly, like I still uphold that. I don't want to play it as an army. I'm playing it more for like nostalgic and love for the Space Wolves. But yeah, I'm not. I struggle with what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'm not done with the Agrax Earthshake, man. I wanna be. But I have this little snotling's pouches and his pants and his little shoulder harness. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's coming along. Alright. I want to attack that camo shade. Or the olive drab. In like a couple of minutes, I might have to take a bathroom break too. But it'll only be for like 2 minutes. Yeah, actually, I already see the effects that a second pass of this camo shade are gonna benefit it a lot. I hope also my gabbing about painting and stuff is like helping, because like I still want to like do this in kind of a tutorial mentality. Like I hope there's certain things I've said or being like, oh, you know, especially about the shades. Glazing is going to be very important because glazing requires one of the hardest things to master in painting, and that is thinning your paints and the consistency, like consistency control of paints. And honestly, hardest thing in painting, hands down. I don't know if anyone ever wants to bring up another element that they think is harder, but I find the biggest struggle is that watered down paint consistency. Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing this for, man. If you got minis to do and you want to work on it, like absolutely. Yeah, I highly encourage to take this time to also be your guys' hobby time. That's all I really want to do. All right, what else do I need? What else do I need? I needed to hit some things with the Seraphim Sepia. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I needed to do. There's a couple of spots, like all the little tusks, or teeth and tusk trophies. Yep. 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 Yarp. There was a couple of metal spots that I completely missed. I'm gonna go a little heavy on some of the spots that I felt didn't take, because I'm done fucking around. In all honesty, a lot of spots here I'm like, I'm done. Get that color hue. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, I actually do need more Agrexer shade on that wire. Or will I? I don't know. It might be enough. It might be shaded enough. It's not terrible. It's going to get like these black hazard stripes over it too, so it's going to get like really obscured. Um, so that's why I'm a little hesitant of, does it need? Does it really need? I don't know if it needs. Alright. Was there anything? I feel like there was something else that needed Seraphim Sepia. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's pretty solid. I do think we're getting towards the end here with the shades. Cool. Let's see. I gotta look it over a little bit. do. Man, I wish I slept better last night, because I'm like, oh, I have no idea why I'm sleeping so bad. I think a little over a week ago, I might have gotten sick, or fought off getting sick. It's very potential, because like I had one day where I felt really, really cruddy. I think it was either, it could have been last Monday when we did this, or was it, what was the last, did I do a painting sesh Saturday? I don't think I did do a painting sesh Saturday. No, I didn't. So last Monday, I definitely think I was feeling cruddy. I think I fought something off, and ever since then, I've been like really kind of like post-COVID vibes where I felt like fatigued and like really gross, but I don't know what it could have been. I definitely don't feel like it was a as strong as like past COVID vibes or what's going on, but like I think I shook it off, right? But ever since then, I've definitely been feeling like, oh, not so good. Not the greatest. Alright. One thing I do want Nuln Oil for, and I might go through all my Orks to do this, is I have to put this, a little bit of Nuln Oil in like all the barrels and exhaust pipes. Hopefully kind of really darken them up. But I still want like a hint of shade. I want like this feeling of sinking all the colors into an area. So let's go make sure our barrels are all kind of sunken in with this Nuln Oil. It's no big. Oh, this guy's actually got a ported barrel or a pitted barrel. I think it's a ported. I could be wrong. I don't know. There we go. Cool. All right. Oh. All right. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute BRB. Yeah, I'll be right back. Won't be long. I promise. I promise. You gonna be here? You gonna stay? Please stay. All right. I'm back. Ah, good. You guys are still here. Oh. Oh, why did you also get sick? There we go. All right. So there's just a little bit more Agrax Earth shade I have to put down, like all last week. Yeah, I've heard some other people say they had to struggle with illnesses and stuff. Yeah, I think definitely something's. I think you are right. Something was definitely going around. Cool. All right, I think I'm done with shading. So now we can finally kind of go back on acrylics and stuff. I'm gonna set my boss aside because I'm not gonna be tackling him kind of for a while. The nub, you know what? I can count him in there. So here's gonna be an interesting phase. This is a glazing phase, and what glazing means in miniature painting is it means you water it down heavily, almost to like a watercolor consistency. And you have to build up that pigment, very much similar to doing the shades, but it's almost opposite of what you're doing in shades, where it falls and makes shade in the crevices. You're actually taking that thin material now and building up the midtones and highlights. So I have my color palette card here, and let's start simple. I have uniform gray here for some of the cool gray clothes. I believe that's uniform gray. Is this also uniform gray? No, I think that's a warm gray. Okay, so I want to take all the colors that require just one item. So all three of these guys have this cool gray color on their legs. Oh, this is actually the dude I found the dude I screwed up and I didn't fix it like I said I would. Huh. Huh. Where is this? This will be a quick, easy, quick fix. Boom. Where is he? I keep losing him. Is this the dude? Yep. Do. And then when this cures, I'll just throw the shade on it really quick. It's nothing relating to what we're about to do. So won't hurt us none. I might have to, you know what? I might not make this. I might just do one coat because this piece is so hard to see. The fact that I even forgot it existed. That it might be good just to leave it with one coat and let the shades do the heavy lifting. It's kind of a cheap, lazy excuse not to build this up, but I mean, it's so hard to see, like, why put all the extra effort in something that's going to be, like, so obscured in detail. I feel like you can get away with stuff like that. Oh, that's interesting. I almost think these guys have like these little black like plating on the back of their shoes, and some of them have it, some of it don't, and I'm wondering, like, are they all metal? Should some of them still be leather? Should I only make some in metal? I kind of don't know. I think I'll just leave it the way it is, have the variation. Another lazy excuse, but like also it's like legit where I'm coming from with that too. Alright, so I need uniform gray. So these guys with the cool gray, I don't do any mixing for these colors, so this will be the best example to do for glazing techniques and what I'm trying to do here. Alright, so you want to get clean water. I've been using actually the wrong paint cup, but I do have my primary paint cup that is actually unhindered. I'm going to add quite a bit of water over here, and I'm gonna like pull my paint down into it, but I want a very thin. You see how like much thinner? I'm like kind of wiping a lot of it even like here you can see it gets kind of more into a watercolor consistency. That's what I want. I want to paint it on my thumbnail, see if it's still very opaque. It's very, yeah, it's very, very opaque. So then I want to build up kind of like all the raised areas. And I'm going to basically start from the recesses and pull up. Kind of similar to like opposite of what we did for um, the shades. Now this is a very trust the process too. Um, because you don't get immediate results until the paint kind of dries. So you need to kind of like do it little by little, build up, then continue, do the next layer, build up, build up. I don't know if this was the best brush for this, but I need something with a semi-sharp tip with a big well. And we're going to see very little progress done with each pass, but this really calls for patience. Glazing is kind of one of the, it's an easy to get down but hard to master kind of situation, um, and it's because of that element of you need to constantly be good with your like your water paint thinning consistency. And it's tricky. Um, I'm still like feel like I'm learning how to do it. I really put my glazing capabilities to the test with the Knolls. That was probably the hardest project I've done with glazing. And I almost do like even like a stippling with it too, to like just dab, you know, that dab the paint and that water content in there. Ooh, this is gonna not be fun. I could honestly kind of ignore the underbelly and just leave it the way it is, but there's a little bit of like color rising and or like raised edges that I want to focus on a little bit. I mean, you've seen my Knolls, right? The Knolls I painted, where I did like it's like my attempt of um, doing like showroom quality or display quality Knolls. They were like all glaze. It was like all glazing technique. Where's my tweezers? I'm always losing. Ages and ages ago. Okay, these were last year that I painted them. So I will. I can pop those up. I just want to get a little bit glazing started. Because I've been waiting to do this for also weeks. And I'm like, finally happy I'm doing it. Though I am going to be very quiet in this process, only because this is a lock-in process. This is towards the end when you start highlighting and building up your midtones again. Lock-in. That is definitely kind of a requirement. And I haven't cleaned up the black armor yet because there's still chances in this phase that I could screw up and get this glazing technique kind of onto the black armor. So no point in cleaning it up if it's still going to get muddied. Oh, there's a lot of... I'm going to have to fix a lot on that arm. Okay, so I don't know if it's even showing up yet, like a little bit of that variation. It will when we add a little bit of white to it. And kind of brighten it up soon. I think I gotta put this guy down. Between models, I'll go over and reach over and get my Knolls for you. I love showing off these guys because they're my favorite models I've ever painted. So these guys are my Knolls that I did like really more. I pushed myself to make them. Granted, I know they're not the best models, and it's very still beginner, but these are kind of what brighten up the Orks. Yeah, these are my, and I have more of these. This is what I was saying is like the Knoll, a Knoll project I have is I have like I think 9 more of these, and these took me a full I think 25 hours to do the 3 of them that will show. I think these were also my first miniature that I like fully painted with all my new army painter stuff. It was very hard, but what a blast learning them. I wanted this to really focus because like I got little details in that little jar, the potion jar. But yeah, like you see that kidney belt, that's a really good example of like the kind of gradient shades you get with the glazing and in the cloak and or the cowl, the hood. And so yeah, these that's where I really jumped in skill, I think, with glazing. And so we're doing kind of a simplistic version for my Orks. Let's see, let's get these guys over here. I need a big sip. And we gotta continue. It's a little heavier, but I think I was too thin last time, so yep, we're just building up. And yeah, this process takes a lot of patience. Thankfully, I'm not too worried because the orcs don't have a lot of mid-tone or like a lot of colors that we actually have to attack to build up this way. I will be repairing some skin stuff that I screwed up on with the orcs by doing glazing. I basically have to. This is why I also needed this color cheat sheet that I made for my orcs, because I need to go back and see what I did for some certain skin elements. Because I can't, with the mistakes I did on the skin, I can't just pick a almost a streamlined color. I there's definitely going to be a mix involved and different hue variations based on where I did the skin screw ups. So that's going to be a thing. And also, this glazing is actually going to finally pull this back away from looking so shiny. Uh, because the varnish on these, I did a little bit too heavy of a varnish, and that is going to bite me in the ass with this glazing step, because I need the glazing to kind of stick, and the one thing it's not going to want to do is stick. So, I mean, you could at this point hit it again with a matte varnish, and I do have a matte varnish, but I'm saving that just for the final step. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I don't like to hit these things with too many clear coats. I feel like it's just redundant. Ever had to paint an orc booty? You ever just paint your orc booty, man? Just paint some orc booty. Everyone needs to calm down and paint an orc booty. If anyone's flipping out, be like, dude, calm down. Paint an orc booty. It's another philosophical moment here on the Lunar Sanctum with your host, DJ. Alright, you can kind of actually see it more on this leg right here. It has, you actually can see like this greeny, and this is even with like kind of the bleached out fluorescent lighting and stuff, but it's actually, that's actually starting to build up quite a bit. And we haven't even hit it with any like the basically adulterated color, which will be a little bit white. I'm only going to do like two steps. I'm going to do mid-tone and then one glaze of a lighter version. For a total build-up in this. And I think that'll be plenty. Especially because, you know, I'm able to get away with that because of the like desaturated armor colors and stuff. what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to attack some of these overbleed spots I got on the from the shading process. Alright, getting kind of a nice gradient in there. It's starting to look a little more interesting for gray. You know, I know what I'm doing here isn't riveting. It's not a riveting, but it's how you make something as simple as like a gray color interesting. And you have to go over it a few times, and it kind of stinks, but it's part of it. This is all part of, the hobby, the process. And I just have to tell myself, don't overload it. Don't like try to quicken the step. It all takes a lot of time. And actually, the slower I go and the more patient I am, the better it looks. That's kind of, and I have to and when I say I have to constantly remind myself, it's like on repeat in my head, like just just chill out, just relax, just do this slowly. It's coming together. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. Like literally that's all that's going in my mind. Cuz it's not a very immediately rewarding step. Yeah, very, very trust the process. This is like trust the process textbook definition. And this is just build up the midtones. Wait until the next step of glazing and we throw a little white in. You'll see even more. And it'll go by quicker because like shading, I'm now going to be like shortening the area of effect in a way to make that gradient. So like because right now we're just building up the midtones, allowing the shades to do the heavy lifting for us still. This is actually just to aid the shade effects. So yeah, let me get you on camera. My orcs are camera shy, just like Fizzgig. How cute was it last time that Fizzgig showed up in the early stream? Have a good one, man. I'm glad you stopped by. Hope you enjoyed the ridiculously boring hobby of painting orcs. I mean, if you're into it, you're into it, you know. But yeah, we're just glazing, building up. Gotta be super, super slow and steady. It's also a good way of touching up and cleaning up those like overbleed stains of the shade from the previous step. But this is kind of like, so my favorite step is doing the shades, but this step is really separates, like you could even say this was what separates the boys from like the men, or the men from boys, or whatever the term is, help me. Um, but is like learning to do mid-tone glaze build up shading. It's kind of like where now skill is more involved and you have to practice this. And my best advice is, if you're worried about glazing, if you've never done glazing before, take one of your sprues from your model, throw a little primer on, get your base color on, and take the next step. Take another color. It doesn't have to. It doesn't require that you do this with shades and then glaze. You can do this from like, do like, I don't know. You do like blue and light blue. Like just do a glazing lighter effect and get lighter and lighter and see what you're capable of pulling that gradient. Um, it's an interesting thing to learn. We are at the point now where I can throw in a little white. One second. I might need a little bit more white, but what we definitely need is more water. Boom, boom. How is my water content for my wet palette? It's okay. I might need a little more. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's. We have to mix in a little bit. That's too harsh of transition. I think. This is also hard, is when you have to mix and glaze, but you eventually kind of always do have to go there. This is where I start to feel like Bob Ross of the miniature painting world. Is like, palette, 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 color, color, color. Happy little gray. Happy little gray clothing on our orc booties. Let's see. Hopefully, so this you might actually see a change. You might actually see more of a stark change. This is actually too overloaded. Yeah, so this isn't even the highlight phase. This is still just like kind of building up mid-tone. So all we're really doing, the whole purpose of this step and the last step, is pushing our shades and pushing our lights, like having that deep difference in color. Yeah, you can see like on the shoulder I already have like a gradient started. I can't listen to Metallica right now. I'm not feeling them. And when you're in this phase, you can definitely like pull the pigment. You see it like build up in like little tiny blebs. on the miniature, and you can like push it around for a little bit to help manipulate where you want it to go. And this is glazing. And it's like, even if you're not the best at it, trying it really ups your skill level. Like, again, it's like one of those things it's easy to get kind of like average at. And I would say I'm pretty average at it. I'm not the best. But attempting it even if you're like kind of subpar at it like me, um, it goes far, and you're only going to get better with practice. So practice. Don't be afraid. Like, this isn't my best glazing, but I'm happy with how it's looking. It's going to look great on the tabletop. You know. And the thing is if you go light enough, it's okay if it doesn't look perfect on its first pass. Do the same level of shade that you're at, and do it again. So see how that's starting to like pop. You're starting to get a little bit of the variations in the folding of clothing. It's a little hard because there's some shiny spots still in, but like, it's much more interesting than just the flat color, you know? And that's what we're doing. Now it's starting to pay off, I think. This might not be watered enough. And you only really see it when the pigments start to dry. That's also another kind of annoying thing about this. So you only really see how vibrant it is once it dries. But it dries quick because it's super super thin. So it took you're not sitting there, you have to like wait for hours or anything. This is like within a minute. I mean, even sometimes within seconds, you actually do see it. Like, you have a bit of play time with glazing, but you have a shorter amount of time than you do than shading. Um, so there's that. Oh, how am I gonna get in here? Why did I paint these guys on their bases? I don't know why. I just wanted them to be put together, done, and painted with. In all honesty, there's a lot of liberties I did take with rushing things, and the build process was one of those things. I just wanted them built based and call it a day. The day I did do this, which was kind of a series of quite a few days actually. I even have some works that still aren't based or fully based. Let me clean my brush because I'm starting to bleed up into my well a little bit more than I wanted. And as you've noticed, I do paint on my thumb a lot. My thumb literally becomes as colorful as my wet palette sometimes. Oops. I have to pull that. Sorry, it got like in between his neck, and it like really, I, not that it was the biggest deal, but I didn't want it. I have to add more water. I might have to mix more of this together. Excellent. Yeah, that's good consistency. Yeah, but if you get good at this process, you can do, I feel like you can go far with it. Wow. Alright, I get it. Fuck off. The fact that they gave me two. That bot gave me two of the same repeating ad. Alright. Let's build up a little bit more if I can. Now, having a super sharp tip for this might not be as important. I feel like the well of your brush is the most important part of this process. So you see now you're getting a little bit color variation in the wrinkles. It's starting to look a little bit more faded, a lot more in depth, and kind of as vibrant as the orc skins that we're doing here. This is like a lot more like acting like watercolors than normal acrylics would. This is also a moment where if you pull it up too fast, you will get coffee staining too. So you gotta be very careful and just, again, take it easy. The alternative of doing this quicker is wet blending. I can't do wet blending yet. Um, that is it does look better. It's quicker, but like I feel like it's much harder to do. I practiced, and I can only really wet blend like speed paints. I felt like speed paint stuff and like contrast paints, I know how to wet blend, but it's kind of easy because again, it's more like a watercolor like situation where it's easy because of their kind of consistency. Um, I will try to practice it, but oh my god, wet blending has always eluded me a little bit. I'm embarrassed to say, but that is my limitations there. Alright, let's get that booty. Let's get that booty. Yeah, again, this isn't like my best glazing job, but even still attempting it, I'd rather attempt it and be kind of like meh at it, because it is kind of here. Ooh, why did my screen freeze? There we go. So it's starting to build up, but like, yeah, again, it's not crazy, but it it's worthwhile doing. Even if you're not good at it, it looks a whole lot better. Oops, I put that in the red. I need to actually drop more gray in here. I need to drop more water in here. Let's see if we can get... I guess I'm not too worried actually about... These are not my Klinsky brushes. These are my synthetic. They're nice synthetic, but I still try to just make a habit of not treating them the same. So like when I do, I want to kind of like not know the difference or change up like my painting habits between brushes, because like I should treat my brushes just the same, honestly. This guy's giving me a little bit of difficulty, but it also just could be because we're staying still kind of safe with that color vibrancy from like changing from the cool gray to like the lighter. Alright. So we're going to let that dry a little bit. Actually, that is not blending well. So I might have to pull a little bit. What I mean by pull is like take back some of the wet paint, like suck it back up into my brush well, because I'm afraid it's going to be too stark of a difference. Yeah, you can definitely see it in that neve from like the gradient from like lighter to dark. Now it's going to be harder when I do this with my other colors because my other colors are mixed, and so I'm going to have to constantly keep a good consistency. That's why I made a color like scheme sheet to tell me the ratios I did on all my mixed colors, what I used exactly, like 1 to 2 of this, or you know. And I really suggest when anyone does, like, especially when you're doing batch painting, if you have to do multiples uh, of a, army or a war band, it's vital. I do it for everything. The only thing I don't do it to is if I have a one of a kind model. It's kind of like the only time I don't do it. So I'm going over this spot too early, so I have to wait and move on because I reactivate the wetness of the paint and it kind of undoes what I want to do. So again, this is a game of patience. Oh, oop, I'm getting. Oh, I don't mind getting it on his pants because his pants are black, but I'm having a hard time getting in between all these crevices. Thankfully, the orcs are not that difficult or vibrant in their clothing. I would cry. I need to learn to breathe. I think I've held my breath for the last 15 minutes, which I don't know how, but it feels like that. I actually got a little dizzy there. Ah, crap. See, and that's why. That's why. I should have held my breath. I should have just suffocated. I should have suffocated for my orcs. Okay. Okay. I think it's good. Hold on. I need. Did I get texted? I did. And I need to drink water. Oh, I'm almost done with that bottle. Okay, sorry about that. Mm. Just gotta calm down. So remember when I was saying earlier where it's like I have to constantly have a voice in my head reminding me to calm down, slow down, pace myself? I have not been doing that for the last 5 minutes. And I feel like I did most of my screw ups because of that. So I just have to calm down, trust the process, chill out, DJ. I should just have I need like a pre recording, like a 17-hour pre recording of someone just being like, chill out. It'll all come together. Just take your time. Breathe. Love yourself. Don't huck that dreadnought through your sheetrock. Don't take it out on your phone either, 'cause that's how you smashed the screen, you dumbass. Just breathe. What would an orc do? It too would also throw a dreadnought through your sheetrock. But it would also be happy. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I feel better. I feel better. An orc meditation tape. That's what we need. Oi, you git. Just calm down. No one can fight a good crumpin' if they're too mad to crump. I don't know. I think there's something behind that. Yeah. If you must huck a dreadnought, do it positively, not in anger. Be not green with envy, be green skin in Wa. I don't know. I feel like I'm going on a tangent now. I do, but like this is if I'm trying to teach you guys anything while I'm being like super quiet and locked in, which is really hard. This is actually the hardest thing I've had to do on stream and stay calm is like just you have to keep talking to yourself in your head to just chill out, be calm, trust this. It's coming out okay. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. And yeah, it like that's harder than the actual painting of the mini. All right. Yeah, I got some good color variation in there. Oh, whoa, yeah. Let's see. I gotta kind of look at. I don't think it need. What do you guys think? Does it need to be even brighter? Do I need a third step in this to build up a brightness? I just worry about it getting too light before the highlight phase. If you guys kind of. Alright, what's the warm gray? Because I have just one dude here with warm gray. So let's attack the warm gray, which is Castle Gray and Obsidian Skin. I think I have Castle Gray down right now. I do. Castle Gray, and I believe Obsidian Skin is with the skins. Where are you? Do. Obsidian Skin. Here we go. And what's that? It is a 2 gray castle to 1 obsidian skin. Interesting. No, I did not hear about the orc that took a shell from into the head from a bane blade. I don't suspect he probably lived. Okay, so to 1 obsidian skin. So let's give this a good mix. I'll mix it ahead of time. I'm trying to also not spread across my palette, because like I need this to kind of stay confined. As you've seen, like we got a huge blob there. This looks pretty good. This looks good. And then we'll add our water content. This is the only thing I don't like about glazing, is it takes up a lot of space on your palette, I think. Well, at least when I do it, because, you know, that's me. This is that's actually very saturated with water. So remember, the first time you're doing this, building up midtones is probably going to be the least impactful. Made this right. I might need actually a little bit more castle gray than. I think I put too much obsidian skin in, because I'm getting like almost a ruddiness to it. And it's a warm gray, but it's not. I'm getting almost like a. Yeah, that's the consistency. It's really 2.5. Yeah. All right. Yep. There we go. There we go. I feel better about that. And that's something cool that people get too afraid of, is you can always adjust this kind of stuff later on. Like, if you screw up, it's not like final. You can just go back or just adjust as needed. I don't know if you guys can see a difference on this right now, but like I definitely see the mid-tone difference, which I'm glad about. It's a little this step is always a lot more vague, or not as strong. It's also the clothes on these orcs were actually really hard to shade, because like they have all these like giant smooth parts, and that's honestly the worst thing for your shading, because there's no recesses or things to fall in the crevices. So it's actually kind of, this glazing technique is actually going to be more impactful on the clothes than the shading was, but the little bit of shading that is in play has to be supported by this glazing. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. I'm going to pretend it does. I'm going to pretend I know what I'm talking about. Um, You need a lot of brush control for this too. That's something I hate, when your skill with brush control needs to be good. Um, because honestly, I'm not like, I'm good with like traditional drawing and art. I'm not the, and people are gonna say, "Oh, don't put yourself down, DJ." But it's like, I'm not the best painter. I know that. Um, but I do rely on a lot of, more on the gimmick side of paint skill than actual paint skill. So like, my brush control always is found kind of wanting. Whoa. Um, because I mean, compared, if I was gonna be in a competition of brush control against some people, I would be found very, very lacking, because I'm very shaky. I'm very, I don't know. Let's see. Let's get our white. I don't like to add just blacks and whites, but it's gonna be kind of the requirement here. I have to get a nice transitional. Yeah, that's good. All right, now we'll see hopefully a little bit of a jump in the brightness factor of this warm gray. I think I might have actually done too much. It's not watery enough. Oh, it's drying okay though. Again, it's a trust the process. This is just a hard color. This is a hard color to do this with. Remember, just stay calm, go slow, DJ, breathe. All right. See, I actually don't think that's even bright enough. I don't see a big transition. Yeah, that's a little better. See, always start off small. I mean, you could always brighten and bring back. So that's what I did there. That was like, I had a barely noticeable situation there, so I just adjusted, re-brightened, brought it back up, and I don't regret. I don't regret. All right, you guys can see that. Yeah, there's a gradient there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I want it, you want it barely noticeable because you got to remember the highlight is going to go in here. You don't want to get too bright because the highlights need to pop. This is a very almost demoralizing step because, like, it's the least impactful, I think. It looks the best but least impactful because all you're doing is supporting colors. You're supporting your shades, and you're building up to support your highlights. It's your support class of your painting techniques here, or at least what we're doing right now. But it's so vital, just like a support class, to make up the vibrancy of your miniature. Is that a good analogy? I thought it was a good analogy. All right. But yeah, if there's anything to take from this, this is a hard step. But don't think like every brush stroke you do is going to be like final, and so this is like this one step, as hard as it is, asks for your patience. um, it's a very good step that you can adjust while you're doing it, so that's also one thing I like about it. It's an adjustable step. Oop, kind of did an oopsie, but it's not the worst. Oh man. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing here, but like I said before, you can either get good painting or good camera shots, but you can't get both, like Ninjon said. Yeah, I almost worry about getting another color in here to brighten it up because it almost would be white, and I don't want it to be. I have to get behind the neck here. God. Damn it. I did the same thing I did last time and I got like under the neck, and now I have to pull that. Now you did it, DJ. It's fixable. I think I need, you know what, why am I fighting myself? Let's get a little bit thinner of a brush. Nope, that's still... There we go. Getting behind here. Yeah, I needed a thinner brush. Ooh, this brush is not happy. This needs, like, extra cleaning, I think. Yeah, you're not going to behave for me. Why? Okay. Not going to rely on you then. I'm going to call it for that guy. And the last dude I have is with this green. This green... There's a reason I've been avoiding this green. He's going to be... That's going to be annoying. So, I need 2 parts woodland camo, 1 part deep gray, 1 part matte black. That's why I've been avoiding that one. Where's my woodland camo? Yep. That's what this mix over here was too. It's a very gray, diluted green. Oh, why did my wet palette dry up so much? Let me add. Oh, okay. I really need one of those little squeeze bottles for my wet palette. Alright, woodland camo is 2 parts. Boom. Boom. I'm doing too much. Let's see, what did I say? Deep gray? I think that's here. So it's a very kind of dark. I need basically half of that. And then matte black, I said. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna use one of my really bad. Let's see, what is this brush like? This is a... I can't use that brush. You know what? This brush actually might be really good. I'll mix heavily. Yeah, I made way too much of this paint. Ooh, this came out more gray than I wanted. I might have to put in a touch more green. Yeah, this I hate doing. Where this is a big paint waster, mixing paints. I hate doing this. I should have started smaller, but alright. Yeah, that's still keeping it green. It gets so super, like the whole point of doing this is actually desaturating it. You don't want it like overtake, and I don't want it too green, because it's like, because you have green skin on the orcs and then you have this camo green, they need to feel very, very separate in that element, which sounds easier than it is. Still not. Okay, that's a good consistency, I think. So now we're gonna be doing the green for this dude. Remember, patience. Patience, DJ. Yeah, sometimes you can't just always trust your eyes because, like, look how light that color is. When that dries, it's gonna be almost the same color as the camo pants. So it's like, mm, you know, you gotta. I can't stress enough that this is like the strongest trust the process situation. And after this dude's pants, I mean, we have to do like the loincloths like this and stuff and all that. But at least I got 90% of the glazing that I did want to do today, which was get my infantry guys glazed up. Yeah, I think we'll be able to finish the glazing on the main colors of these dudes. Hell yeah. And next time when I paint my orcs, we'll do like some of the loincloths, some of the leather elements on these guys. It won't take as long because those are smaller elements. Oop, I'm reactivating that. I went back at it too soon. So I just gotta build up the pigment again. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I do apologize that I'm not talking as much during this phase. This is I'm I'm using all my brain power to get this glazing just right. This is the one part of the model I always probably worry about the most. I don't even worry about, I get people who are like, oh, I worry so much about edge highlighting and stuff, and I'm like, no, I worry about this particular moment, the glazing. And it's not that it's harder to screw it up, but like I feel like I need to concentrate more. It's kind of weird. It's kind of yeah, I hope I'm in the zone. Sometimes it's not always good to be in the zone. Discovery Zone was good. If anybody remembers Discovery Zone, I miss Discovery Zone. AutoZone's not really the greatest. I don't want to be in AutoZone because that means I need something for my car. Not exactly not exactly peak right there. Don't want to be in the danger zone. I had to. Danger zone. Lada. Lada. Danger zone. Yeah. I miss that. I gotta watch that show again. Okay. I kind of gotta go over this guy a second time. A little bit. I kind of do. I'm running out of space on this palette, even though I barely used it. I'm worried about the next color, like upping this guy's like the lighter, because it could look really bad if I mix it badly. Stupid bots. Okay, let's get the next step in, which is adding a little bit of white. I think actually that will be good. I know I just globbed some white in there, but this needs to be subtle. Okay. Get this nice and watery. A little more watery. that'll be good. Alright, let's try this. Wish me luck. Might need to be a little bit more saturated. This is also another way you can do it, is you can do a stark white like right here, and then do like let that fade and then pull or go up into and like gradient up into it, so you know like where your highlights are gonna be. It's a legit tactic. Oh man. Alright, how's that looking? Yeah, you're getting some definition in there. Yeah, I like that it's still a very grayish, desaturated green. It looks like old, like almost like Vietnam, or like even kind of that World War II style OD green. That's kind of like what I was going for. It's almost gray. Let's splotch up in here. This is actually a much better brush. I can get pretty thin with it actually. Should probably start with this. It's got a lot more control. Alright. Yeah, you see like it's getting that kind of dark. You can like tell the wrinkles in there. That's all you need. That's all you need right now. At least I think. need to gas me up that much. It's no Mona Lisa. Like I said, I'm not even the best at doing this. It's just but yeah, the glazing's hard, but yeah, not doing it versus doing it, you know, even at lower skill levels is so much. It's a big step to making miniatures look great. Um, I might I might have to step this up a little bit. I hate to. Oh, actually, I could just use this right here. Yeah. I actually want to add one more glaze step to this. And believe me, I'm frustrated. I have to pee so bad. Like, this is not something I really want to do. I want to, like, finish this stream, but, like, if I don't do this, I'm gonna kick myself. And I think it just needs a small punch of light. And I know I didn't do it to the other orcs, but I don't feel like the other orcs needed it as much. It just had like a guitar version of the Terminator theme come on, and doing camo pants to the Terminator theme is kind of calming me down, honestly. I'm kind of digging it. It's like exactly what I needed. Come on. All right. Yeah, I think it needed just that secondary punch in there. I might need to get right in this crevice here. Okay. Alright, guys. I think here's where I'll end it. I definitely wanted to get those main clothes colors kind of glazed. I got them done on my infantry guys. I might work this on this a little bit more off screen or not. Depends how I feel. If I'm just feeling the spike to continue, because I know it's a slow, agonizing process. But let's do a little show and tell of what we did today. So, all right. So we were just building up a lot of the clothes. We were finishing up. I'll do the orc war bust, but we were getting a lot of those color variations in that gray clothing. So I just have to focus on glazing that. But like for the most part, these guys are almost to the point where I can like throw back a matte finish, um, and get to highlighting. I want to do the highlighting in a matte finish. So it's really just getting some of the clothes shaded and more interesting. It definitely doesn't look as flat as it did before. You could tell like in the crevices, like between the where the arm and the clothes start. There's definitely a stark separation of clothing, and so this is going to be really good when we do a highlight phase. Um, that the highlights are even going to punch it just a little bit more. I think this guy is actually my favorite with that knee. That knee actually was a great gradient, getting his pants and clothes just a little bit better. Still not crazy that they're so shiny, but that's temporary. Oh yeah, this is the guy that I just put down. So and honestly, like if I wanted to rip this guy off the painting handle and plop him on the table, it'd be pretty okay. It'd be pretty okay, in all honesty. There's some unfinished spots that would bug me, but um, you could definitely. If someone put this on the table, I definitely want to pick it up and look at it. I mean, some of the white parts I would prefer cleaned up, um, but it's getting to the point where it's just like highlighting. And then we did our boss. We finished up the shading on our war boss today. That was half the stream, is just getting some of that dingy rust shades, because he was still completely flat. I might throw another camo shade on his pants to push those darks. I really like the shading right there and on the underside of his axe to make it a little darker. So here, he's not wanting, there we go. Oh yeah, I loved this war boss when it came out in ninth edition and came with the box set. I was like, I need this guy. He's probably one of the cooler looking like dudes in like the mega armor, whatever they call it. But yeah, I'm really happy with him. He needs a lot of cleaning up. I might do I do a lot of stuff with him off screen, just because he takes so much time, and he's hard to get the camera angle because I didn't sub-assemble him like an idiot. Um, so a lot of the times I'll just fiddle with him, touch him up, like I did all the wires. I'm very kind of glad that the wires getting the shades on aren't as bright and nerf looking anymore. They definitely needed the tone down. Um, oh, thank you. Yeah, the it's kind of like, and he's got like this like V6 or V8 engine on his back, and then he turned the manifold into like these uh, rigged up kind of exhaust pipes. It even has part of like the transmission and gearbox in it, and it even has the ports for the carburetor. Oh, we were just literally finishing up now, Leos. Sorry. Um, but yeah, we did a bunch of glazing. I finished shading my war boss. And so the other dudes I have to do more glazing on. I'll probably focus on glazing these guys next time, because he needs to be glazed up a little bit. Um, and so does he. Though he might actually do more of a dry brush on the top of his head. I don't know. I'll have to see. Um, I know a lot of people don't like using dry brushing, but I do. Yeah, this guy's cool. I really like how his wraps kind of came out. They look very kind of old and dirty, and when they get highlighted, they're gonna look really nice. These guys are light at the end of the tunnel. I do promise I'm gonna probably work on this guy a little more off screen, just because he's been a challenge for me. And I do want him finished at the same time, these guys, but he needs a little catch up. So I hope you guys don't mind I work on him a little bit off screen, because he's for some reason, as challenging as the war boss is, he's giving me difficulty. Uh, so yeah, I did some flat colors on him, and he's almost ready. I think I need to do the metallics on him, and then once I do the metallics on him, his flat colors, getting him up to the shading phase, he'll be like 90% done once like getting to the shading phase once the metallics are on. So that's my plan. I should still be here for Wednesday to draw. I have that Null and Cobalt drawing I was working on for my friend not too long ago. Ooh, wow. Ooh, I do not like the fact that I have a bit of duct tape sticking here. Oh, thank God it was just on the edge of the piece. I might actually have to take some alcohol and rub off on there, because that got a little sticky. But yeah, that could have been actually really bad. But yeah, and there's a couple things I need to draw. So I'm looking forward to that. So Wednesday, that should be still on schedule. Oh, let's get intermission. Thanks guys for joining me on that. It actually, as tough and kind of more locked in and quiet as this stream was, this stream went by super fast. I feel like I started an hour ago for me. Granted, me not breathing very well might have killed some brain cells, and I may have time warped in that sense. That is not off the table. That is definitely not off the table. That might have been what happened. I may have just completely phased out. Hey, at least I drank a lot. I got past halfway my Get Big Gulp bottle. But today was hard. And today was hard for what little impact we had today, and that's the unfortunate thing of why people kind of hate glazing. It is a slow process, but it's good. It is impactful, but it's not as like instant reward. So yeah, I know it does look like I massacred a frog. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I definitely was using it a lot on that green camo, because the green or the olive drab, I should say, um, was a difficult one. That was a difficult color. But oh, that was a good day. Still a good day. Thank you guys so much for doing that. I hope you guys enjoy, like every element, I know it's kind of actually hindering to me that I don't stick to one exact niche for my streaming. Um, like drawing, painting, games is 95% of what makes me me. Um, and I hope you guys like all of it. I hope you like my gaming. I hope you like my painting. I hope you like the drawing. Um, and I hope I can continue to bring that enjoyment to you guys. I really like seeing you guys here. It's awesome. Uh, so thank you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Thankfully, I think it stopped raining, or did it start raining? It looked like it started raining again, huh? Hmm. Crud. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you guys on Wednesday, hopefully. Take care. Stream ending.